To welcome you to the University of Trinidad and Tobago's UTT online information session. I am Carla Thompson Wilson, Manager of the Student Recruitment Unit. Today's session is designed to provide you with valuable insights into UTT's academic offerings and student experience. You will hear from our qualified and experienced faculty and support staff about our programs, entry requirements, and application process, immigration considerations, and student support services, career options, and much more. Established in 2004, UTT was created with a mandate to increase access to tertiary education and to support development through the training of a highly skilled and qualified workforce. The university continues to play a vital role in advancing economic growth, promoting self-sufficiency, and reducing unemployment through industry-relevant education and training. UTT embraces the triple helix model, bringing together academia, industry, and government to foster a knowledge-based society through innovation and applied research. UTT offers over 60 accredited programs across a broad range of disciplines, including certificates, diplomas, bachelor degrees, and postgraduate qualifications. The university's flexible entry and exit pathways are designed to support learners at all stages of their academic and professional journeys. With 10 campuses throughout Trinidad and Tobago, UTT delivers both full-time and part-time programs using a hybrid model that blends online and in-person learning. Our faculty members are committed to supporting each student's success and ensuring that learning is responsive to national and global needs. To date, UTT has graduated more than 25,000 students, over 7,000 of whom are making significant contributions to national capacity building and entrepreneurship. As an entrepreneurial university, UTT promotes innovation and supports students in developing their own businesses, helping them to become leaders in their fields. UTT's programs are accredited by local and international bodies, including specialized accreditation from esteemed UK institutions such as the Energy Institutes, the Institution of Chemical Engineers, the Institute of Marine Engineering Science and Technology, the Institution of Structural Engineers, the Institute of Highway Engineers, and the Institution of Engineering and Technology. UTT is also honored to host the Maritime Technology Cooperation Center for the Caribbean region. The University of Trinidad and Tobago is especially proud to have been awarded continuing institutional accreditation by the Accreditation Council of Trinidad and Tobago ACTT for the maximum 7-year period in 2070, affirming the high quality and relevance of our program both locally and internationally. Today's session will be facilitated by Ms. Alana Commission from our student recruitment team and supported by team members Mr. Oran Hinkson, Janelle Thomas, and Ms. Charlene Modest. I encourage you to engage with our presenters and ask questions. They are here to help you make the best possible decision about your academic future. Thank you once again for joining us and welcome to UTT. Here is where you belong.
Hi, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the University of Trinidad and Tobago. Today, it's going to be an interactive session. We're going to hold our questions for the end of the session. I'd like to do a small recap on what occurred on yesterday. So we had the Academy of Performing Arts, we had Energy System, Engineering, Bioscience, Agriculture, and Food Technology, Center for Education Programs, Process Engineering, Project Management and Civil Infrastructure Systems, Criminology, and Public Safety. So today, we would like to welcome our colleagues, and we're going to start off this morning with the aviation, Mr. Brandon Coffey, who is a senior instructor. He will start us off this morning with a brief introduction on the aviation program, and at the end, you all will be able to ask him questions. He'll be able to facilitate it. So Mr. Brandon Coffey, you may take it away.
Good morning, everyone. I am delighted to share with you. It really makes our aviation institute such a dynamic place to study, grow, and build a future in the exciting world of aviation.
Hi, Mr. Coffee. I don't know if this has audio, but we're not hearing. You would need to share with audio.
It was working. Interesting.
Mr. Coffee, when sharing the screen, just double check that the checkbox share audio is ticked as well too, and you should get through there.
Yeah.
The goal and mission of
Did you know that UTT partnered with aviation stakeholders for the construction of the Aviation Institute at the Camden Airstrip? The Institute will offer academic and professional development programs in aviation maintenance from certificate to bachelor degree level. Did you know? Well, now you know.
the goal and mission of this aviation campus is to provide industry relevant and responsive aviation training using state-of-the-art learning spaces, technology, and partnership relationships. The Civil Aviation Authority, the Trinidad and Tobago Civil Aviation Authority, has donated the 727-200 freighter airplane that was given to them or donated to them by FedEx. The National Helicopter Services Limited, another stakeholder partner, has donated a Sikorsky S-76A++ helicopter, and the Trinidad and Tobago Air Guard has donated a Cessna 310 airplane.
always knew that I wanted to get into it, but I always thought that it wasn't something that would have been possible for me. So when this came out, I just knew that I prefer to wait and get into this.
It sort of benefits everybody because you're able to train them right here in Trinidad. Then you are able to employ them within to benefit your own country to develop Trinidad and Tobago. So I think everything just goes hand in hand. And beautiful.
When you're a child, it's a game. You play alone, you play with friends. As you grow older, the game grows into a dream. A dream that can be realized, taking you to new heights. This is more than a degree. It's an experience and education you can't get anywhere else. Make your dreams a reality. Visit us at the UTT Aviation Campus.
Right. So, do have. All right. So, as we saw, right, we offer like a suite of programs designed to meet the needs of designing meet the needs of the modern aviation industry, right? Whether it's in engineering, technology, or operations. So as you saw, we do have the certificate programs, which is the certificate in aviation technology. We also have the Bachelor of Science in Aircraft Maintenance Management. But we also added a Bachelor of Science in Aeronautical and Airworthiness Engineering. Right? What we also have begun is that we started to do special projects and starting to do more research. We have experimental aircraft projects. We're looking at alternative fuels. And with all that we offer, you do get industry-linked internships with our regional carriers and other MRO facilities in the region. Right? So from the first day, you come in, you'll see that our philosophy is simple. Right? You learn the theory, apply it in practice, and just prepare for the opportunity to lead in whatever you want to do. Right? Also, the students that we have, we don't just read about aircraft, you work on them, right? We saw that we have the Boeing 727, that's right on campus, where you get to train on the engines, airframes, and the avionics systems. We also allow you, right, to practice structural maintenance and avionics troubleshooting. And we partner with Caribbean Airlines and other industries so that you gain exposure to real operational environments. For those interested in design, right, you get involved in aircraft conceptual design and you build scale models in our dedicated labs. Okay, I have one more video for that.
Alright. Good.
Right. So as you see, you do get a lot of hands-on, and from the concepts, you do build your scale models that we have. And it's all based on you. And in our final year, right, in your final year, you get to look at different types of projects and forward-seeking projects. So you look at alternative fuels, hybrid aircraft, you even want to look at AI in aviation and robotics in aviation. So you have a lot of experience that you prepare for once you get into this aviation field. And as you see, we go beyond engineering, we go beyond that learning experience. We have diverse things. We look at Diwali, Christmas, right? We even light up our own Cessna that we have. And we balance it off with sports, sporting activities, right? So wellness is also a part of campus life. And finally, what we work towards is that graduation, right? When all that hard work you put in becomes that stepping stone and that launchpad for your career. So at UTT, our Aviation Institute, you'll find culture of excellence and inclusivity, a balance of theory, practice, innovation, and a community, lecturers and students as yourself that works hard, plays hard, and looks to the future. So with that, if you're ready to build a career in aviation, no place better to start than at our Aviation Institute. All right, thank you for your time, and take questions at the end.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey, for that. All that information. It was well received. We have next Mr. Randy Ramasa. He is with our Mechanical Engineering, Manufacturing, and Entrepreneurship. He's a senior instructor. Mr. Ramasa, you may proceed.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, colleagues and students, teachers. Thank you for being here today. I will speak a little bit about our program, the MME program. Let me just share my slide before I do so. Slides. Right, so I'm from the Mechanical Engineering, Manufacturing, and Entrepreneurship Unit at UTT. At the MME, in the MME program, we have a number of different sub-programs that we run. I will introduce all of them. Today, I will speak a little bit about our program overviews, the entry requirements for the respective programs, duration for the programs, identify some of the campus location, potential careers, and contact information. So let's get started. Our our entry-level program is what we call the CAE, or the Certificate in Applied Engineering. Our second program is the National Engineering Technician Diploma, or the NETD in Mechanical Engineering. Then we move on to the Bachelor's of Applied Science in Manufacturing and Design Engineering. Then we go all the way up to Master's, MSc, and PhD. Now, today I will just talk a little bit about the CAE, NETD, and the Bachelor's because of the time allowance. To the right, you can see, how you can progress through from the entry level, which is like from your CSEC or CAPE all the way up to PhD, right? So that is a pathway that, you can follow. So I'll talk a little bit about the CAE. Why do the CAE? And what exactly is the Certificate in Applied Engineering? The Certificate in Applied Engineering is really designed to provide a pathway for students or individuals to enter the engineering diploma program. Who is it for? It is really intended, again, for students who would have written CSEC or GCO level back in the day and would not have completed a full certificate. So it is really intended for students who do not possess a full CSEC or GCO level qualification. So for instance, you may have maths, English, let's say physics, POB, POA, and your grades are not all that fantastic. You probably have a 4 here and there, something like that. This program is for you. And again, it's there to prep you to enter into higher level programs like the NETD, right? It allows you, it gives you that opportunity. So again, certificate in applied engineering. It provides an entry to embark upon a career in engineering. So after you complete the CAE, you can still want work. You can get some level of work. However, it is mainly designed to send you up into a career in engineering by, strengthening what you would have done at CSEC and laying a foundation for engineering programs. Persons who write, so I discuss all that. And the last one, qualified students for entry into the UTT engineering diploma programs. Good, so I spoke about all of that. Secondary school students will with passes in at least 3 subjects. So again, maths, English is a must. If you have science subjects, physics, chemistry, integrated science, technical drawing, or additional maths. I see now they do mechanical engineering technology. There are a whole suite of courses that CSEC do now. So once you're along those areas, you can apply to the CAE to get entry into an engineering program at the university. Right? The program structure, it's full-time 2 semesters, which is equivalent to 1 year, part-time 4 semesters, right? You do 12 courses in total. If you're doing full-time, you do 6 courses per semester. The semester runs from January to September. Sorry, what am I saying? September to December and January to May, June, depending. And once you complete that, you will have accumulated your 36 credits, then you can move on to high level programs. Location offerings, currently we offer it at the John Day campus and the San Fernando campus. So again, you have options. If you're from the North, Central North, or Central South, and you want to access the program through any one of these locations, you can do it at either John Day or San Fernando. And again, you can either do it as a full-time student or a part-time student, right? So in a nutshell, okay, here I've listed the courses that you would basically be doing in the certificate in applied engineering program, some foundation courses and some workshop courses, right? Now I'm just trying to move a little fast for the sake of time, right? The cost to do the program for full-time student, 21,600 annual tuition. So that's basically the cost for the program, whether you're full-time or part-time. If you're doing it on a part-time basis, it's 10,800 per year. Right? Again, all our programs, well, this one also is gate funded. So you have the ability to access gate. We also have different payment plans and stuff that you could access as you once you get into the university. Career opportunities, as I said, you can still get a job as a technician or craftsman assistant or some sort of craftsman assistant in the world of work, etc., as an operator trainee or apprentice, right? But you really want to complete the CAE as a stepping stone to go further. We go on to the next level program, which is the NETD, or the National Engineering Technician Diploma in Mechanical Engineering. What is the NETD Mechanical Engineering? Again, as a program overview, the NETD Mechanical Engineering is designed to equip students with the practical skills, fundamental knowledge, training, and understanding of mechanical engineering in the fabrication, installation, operation, testing, design, maintenance, and technical service areas of the engineering industry. Currently, there's a high demand for mechanical engineering technicians on a daily, again, let me not overstate it. Probably on a weekly basis, we get requests for our mechanical engineering technicians. Yesterday we got, last week we got, right? So there's a high demand. The economy is always on a wave, right? Up, down, up, down. I think now is a good time to access these programs. Why do it again? It prepares the student for careers as an engineering technician in various engineering fields. And again, a mechanical engineering is It's like a kind of master of all trades where you can work in any industry, airline. Although I know we had my colleague there present on aviation. Yeah, sorry, I got distracted a bit. Yeah, some mechanical engineering could work in any field, right? Airline, food and beverage, manufacturing, oil and gas. So that's the versatility with respect to mechanical engineering technicians. The entry requirements to the NETD program, once you complete your CSEC and you would have attained a minimum of 5 CSEC subjects, maths, English, physics, and any other 2. So it could be chemistry, admas, bio, POA, POB, technical drawing, IT, mechanical engineering technology. Like I said, there are about 20-something ISO subjects. Once you obtain that minimum requirement, then you can get into the NETD. The second route is through the completion of a pre-university program, which we no longer run. But if you did it in the past and you complete the program, you can enter into the NETD. Third route is the completion of the certificate in engineering, which is what I just spoke about. Once you complete your 36 credit, you can gain entry into our program. We also have a U-Step pathway. I will not talk about that. I know that that will be coming up shortly. We have a mature student route, which is really targeted to the part-time students. You would find students who work in the industry 15, 20 years with relevant industry experience, hardcore mechanical engineering. They would have some subjects, etc. So we look at that and that's an entry route option. Program duration, NETD is full-time, 4 semesters, part-time, 6 semesters. You have to complete 25 courses to complete this program. One of the courses and what makes this NETD really valuable and different to any other probably diploma programs being offered, it's our corp internship program. But before I get to that, same thing, location of campus where we offer these programs. We offer it at both the John D and San Fernando campus. And again, we offer it both part-time and full-time. Currently in the system, we have well over 300 students at the NETD level in mechanical engineering alone. So it's a very highly subscribed program. Getting back to the co-op and what makes it different. The co-op, it's an internship, our internship program. It's a 5-credit course that student must complete in order to graduate. So at this point, you would have accumulated about 80 credits. Let's say 75 to 80, and you complete this 5-credit course, which basically means you go to the industry and you experience industry life, you look, you observe, you may have simple tasks to do depending on where you go. For 200 hours, which works out essentially 5 weeks. Currently, we are in our core period. We presently have approximately 60 students that we place in co-op. They are working in different industries right now. Co-op will come to an end probably in about 3 weeks' time. 2 to 3. Some completed because some started before. But it's a very, very strong area in our program. So far, the feedback students, I mean, they can't speak well enough about their experience and how, what the knowledge they're gaining out there. And they're seeing what work that we do in classroom and how it's being applied out there, right? Right, so let's move on. Career opportunities. Any one of these listed here, you can get into a career path, whether you become a mechanical technician, a maintenance technician, maintenance planner, draftsman, equipment performance evaluator. All these things are listed here, and I'm going to call out all these are options that you have, and this is just a limited list. Program cost, full-time program cost NETD. Yeah, so that's their full-time annual tuition is 18,000. So it's 36,000 for the program in total for the 2 years. That full-time, that figure is seen as 18,000 per year. And again, if you're trying to international, again, it's fully gate funded, fully IT accredited, locally and internationally. We also have different payment plan within the university and within the unit that, financially that could assist student if need be. All right, some contact information. I'm the person talking here, Mr. Randy Ramister. That's my contact information there. I'm based at the San Fernando campus. I'm responsible for the NETD on both campuses, Jordi and San Fernando. And those are the respective admins there. To the right is the discipline leader for the CAE program that I spoke about, the very first one I started off with, Ms. Kisha Dano, and that's her contact information there. All right. Once you complete the NETD now, what we tend to call the NETD a terminal program, meaning you can basically leave at that level and go and be employed. You can get meaningful employment. And so now you can go and work for a couple of years and then probably come back with your degree at the university. Within our program, our degree is called the manufacturing and engineering degree. And again, the Bachelor of Applied Science in Manufacturing and Design Engineering is an internationally accredited honors engineering program that prepares students for careers as professional engineers, both locally and internationally. Students are trained in various aspects of manufacturing, design, etc., product design and stuff. Engineers in this field deal with diverse processes involved in producing a wide range of products, requiring innovation in product development, etc., right? So this is our bachelor's offering within the MME program, right? Again, the entry requirement, CAPE levels 1 and 2, maths, physics, chemistry, Caribbean study, communication study. So what you see in there, or if straight out of CSEC and you come and you do the NETD diploma, you can get into the bachelor's program. Right. The cost to do the bachelor's program, I don't have that slide here, but it's 48,000. And again, fully gate funded, etc., etc. The duration is 3 years full-time, 6 years part-time. The location offering for the bachelor's is only at the Point Lisa campus presently. Right. Career opportunities, you can be hired as a plant manager, manufacturing engineer, operations manager, etc., all these things listed. And again, this is just a short list of career opportunities. The discipline leader for the bachelor's program is Dr. Aniram Kilawan, and that's his contact there. Our program assistant is Miss Nana Alexis, and that's her contact there. Right. So yeah, I just try to do it a little quick. So that's it there for me in a nutshell. Again, thank you for listening, and I hope you make UTT your first choice for education. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ramisia. Next, we will have Foundation Unit, Dr. Edward Cumberbatch, Assistant Professor. Dr. Cumberbatch.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for the opportunity to share at this forum. Just a little word about the Foundations and Prior Learning Unit. Foundations is a unit that supports the various programs at UTT. We are the background, helping students in the areas of English, communication skills, mathematics, physics, chemistry, science in general, human skills development, and also entrepreneurship. The program that we have on our own is the U-STEP program, and you would have heard a little bit about this already from Mr. Ramisa, because we do partner with the Certificate of Applied Engineering, the CAE program under the MME unit. So what is U-STEP? This is our program. It's UTT's Special Tertiary Education Pathway. So this is a program that was designed for students who may not have the minimum qualifications for entry into one of UTT's certificate, diploma, or even bachelor's programs. And in general, that would be 5 CSEC passes, including mathematics and English. So you would notice with the other programs, you must have, even the CAE program, you must have the mathematics and the English and the science in order to gain entry. But with U-STEP, in case you're not fortunate enough to have gotten your passes in mathematics and English, this is where you have an option still to gain entry into tertiary education. So what can happen is you can come through USTEP, enroll in the subjects that you need, and you specifically target just those subjects which can help to close that gap in your education. You want to get into a particular program and they require subject A and subject B, and those are the ones that you don't have. Once we offer it through USTEP, you can come in and do it through USTEP. Once you're successful with those subjects, then you can reapply to the program and gain entry. What are some of the subjects that we offer? So there's the English and mathematics, as mentioned before, English A. Physics and chemistry, we offer through the collaboration with the CAE program. Also, the couple of technical subjects here, mechanical workshop and electrical workshop in collaboration with the CAE. And there's also a course in engineering drawing that we do in collaboration with the Project Management Civil Infrastructure Systems unit. There are some pre-professional courses such as criminology, sports science, academic writing, and I forgot to mention one more here, an introduction to biosciences. And those pre-professional courses allow you to gain entry into those specific units. For example, you want to get into a certificate from the criminology unit, and you may be missing a couple of subjects. You have 4 courses already, and maybe you already have your math and English. You just need one more subject. Well, you can do the introduction to criminology through the USTEP program. And once you're successful, you can gain entry into your certificate or diploma in criminology. Similarly, sports science, academic writing for the performing arts, and then there's the intro to biosciences for all of the BAFT or agriculture, biosciences, science unit in agriculture, etc. So there are options available. We also, for our USTEP students, do offer life skills and entrepreneurship. So these are non-credit courses, but as the USTEP students tend to feel a little bit out of the mainstream UTT system because they come in to do just the gap courses that they're missing. But just so that they're a little bit more included, we do offer, we're starting this from September, life skills and entrepreneurship as part of their program of study. The USTEP students also are bona fide UTT students, so they do have access to the UTT facilities. For example, the Foundations unit does offer remedial assistance with various subjects, whether it is mathematics or sciences or the writing center. So students can gain access to those facilities as a USTEP student because you are a UTT student as well. What is the cost of the program? Each course offered through USTEP comes at a fee of $1,800. So I need to specify here that's per course. Now, there are some subjects that you can do in the pre-professional category, those that we just mentioned above, those criminology, sports science, academic writing, and biosciences. Those courses would cover, one course would cover this subject in terms of entry into the program. Most of our courses through USTEP, though, are 2-semester courses. So, for example, if you want to do mathematics, you're talking 2 semesters of mathematics. So that would be $1,800 by 2. English, similarly, $1,800 by 2. The physics and the chemistry, the academic writing, no, not the academic writing, the engineering drawing, all of those, the workshops would be $1,800 by 2. And of course, this is in conjunction with UTT's $1,200 registration fee, which I'm sure you will find out about otherwise, apart from me. but this is the annual registration fee for all UTT students. So barring the annual registration fee that being paid, then the other payment is for the tuition for the course, and it is $1,800 per course. It is to be noted that USTEP is not a GATE approved program. There is a limited amount of GATE available per student. So it is designed to save your GATE funding for when you actually get into your certificate, diploma, bachelor's program. So you're doing specific courses to close that gap in order to give you entry into your chosen field. How long is it? Well, it could be as short as 1 semester if you're doing one of the pre-professional courses to gain entry into one of those areas, or in general, 2 semesters. One academic year would be the time for you to get completed to fill that gap in order to gain entry into your chosen area. Where is it offered? The USTEP courses, very much like the CAE program, are offered both at the John D campus and at the San Fernando campus. So for those in the north, it may be more convenient for you to attend classes at the John D campus. Those central, south, San Fernando campus. And the courses are generally offered in a blended approach, with mixed in-person classes and some online. We tend to focus more on the in-person classes for subjects such as mathematics. We find that the students tend to respond a lot better when we are face-to-face for those classes. All right, so our contact information, just to keep it easy for the purposes here, ustep@utt.edu.tt. There's a team of us on that email. So once you have any questions, you can write to ustep@utt.edu.tt and we will respond to you. The website to apply is listed as well, and that also gives you further information on USTEP should you so desire. Okay, so all the best. I hope you do, as was said before, consider UTT to be your first choice for entry into the tertiary education pathway, and all the best to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cumberbatch. Next, we would have Miss Melissa Ramsey-Beer. She's a senior instructor for the Center for Information and Communication Technology. Miss Ramsey-Beer, sorry.
Hi, good morning, everyone, and welcome, everyone, and thank you so much for the invitation, Recruitment Unit. This is a very good initiative, and I'm very happy to be part of this. So I will be sharing my screen. So I am representing the Center for Information and Communications Technology here at UTT, and here we have varying programs starting from the diploma right up to the master's level, the postgraduate level, PhD level. And I have a short presentation that both my colleague and I will be doing, Ms. Carissa Lee. So very important, you're hearing a lot about accreditation, right? So we do have institutional accreditation, which is by the ACTT, and we also have international accreditation in our unit, and this is by the Institution of Engineering and Technology in the United Kingdom. In fact, just recently, we would have gone through this reaccreditation process, and we were successful for 5 additional years, which is the maximum that you can get in any one sitting of a reaccreditation process. So this is our structure of our center at the ICT. Sorry, but my formatting went a little bit off. So our programs are delivered at 3 campuses. right? John Donaldson, Point Lisas, and San Fernando. So at the John Donaldson campus, so you see there's a long list there at the John Donaldson campus. We have the master's program being offered, right? The MSc in ICT. The bachelor's in computer engineering it used to be offered at the John Donaldson campus, but this is currently underway again to be reoffered, but it has not been finalized just yet. But we do have our diploma programs at the John Donaldson campus as well, which is the diploma in software engineering, diploma in computer, networks, and telecommunications engineering, and the diploma in visual communications design, which Ms. Carissa Lee will speak more about. At the Point Lisas campus, we have our bachelor's in computer engineering there that is offered both full-time and part-time. And at the San Fernando campus, we have the diploma in software engineering and the diploma in computer networks and telecommunications engineering. So this is our structure with our 3 campuses. So what are we all about in CICT? Well, we are aspiring to become the preferred and premier tertiary institution in teaching and research in ICT in Trinidad and Tobago and regionally. ICT is a buzzword, right? Cybersecurity, it's a word, artificial intelligence. You're hearing about it all the time, right? These are buzzwords that are currently trending. And it's so very, very necessary. So we are preparing to be that preferred institution by students, okay? So apart from having our international accreditation and institutional accreditation, you have also very good teachers who are there to support you throughout the way. You have very practical sessions, and you also have internships with industry. So we are focused on supporting the driving of our digital economy, right? And this is part of our national ICT plan. This is part of what the government of Trinidad and Tobago wishes to ensure, that our entire economy is digitized, right? So we're looking at digital transformation. Right, so our diploma programs, as I said, we have 2 diploma programs that are offered both at San Fernando and the John Donaldson campus in Port of Spain. So very convenient for those of you who may be in the north or the east, right? So we have the diploma in computer networks and telecommunications and the diploma in software engineering. Now, both of these diplomas, we are simply asking for 5 subjects, 5 CXE subjects, including math and English, right? So we do not have a prerequisite of physics or chemistry or add math or even IT for that matter. You don't even have to have IT. We're just asking for 5 CXEs, including math and English. Additionally, if you're coming through the CAE route, once you have completed that CAE certificate, you can also apply for our diploma programs. Also, some of you may have done other professional courses like CompTIA, MIT online courses, or IBM certs, and those are also recognized by us to enter into our diploma programs. And of course, these are GATE-approved programs, okay? So our duration we are looking at, it's 2 years full-time, 2 years full-time. And Mr. Ramasa would have went through the durations of how many semesters and so forth. And that's standard for all of our diploma programs. Part-time, it's 4 years, 1 semester for us, right? Part-time, it's 4 years, right? So this is what our duration is looking at, like for our diploma programs at San Fernando and John Donaldson. So what is this software engineering all about? So software engineering is talking about development, right? We're looking at a lot of programming, database management, software application development, web application development, cybersecurity as well, right? So we're looking at foundation programming happening in Python. I'm sure you all have heard a lot about Python. And from Python, you move into object-oriented programming like Java. You also use Visual Studio, right, to create applications in Visual Studio, right, in the .NET environment. So you'll be looking at the Visual Basic programming as well. Okay, additionally, you have to create an entirely complete application at the end for your capstone project, all right, which is done ideally for some kind of organization. So you have that interaction with real world. Okay, so this is what software engineering is looking at. And you're looking at also having direct access into our bachelor's program as well. Okay, our CNT diploma is slightly on a different angle. So software engineering is more related to programming, development. CNT is related on the hardware and networking side. So for those of you who might be interested in cabling, like what those guys at Digicel and Flow and stuff do, this is what the CNT program is about, okay? So we're looking at installation, configuration, maintenance of communications networks, and computer devices. And again, graduates are also eligible to go into our bachelor's program. Now, these are some career opportunities that you can have with our diplomas, software engineering and CNT. And these are mainly entry-level type positions, of course, right? When you progress into your bachelor's program, you will get into more web development type of role. But these are the different areas that you can get into. And there are so many areas. Listen, ICT is needed in every single organization. Every company needs an ICT professional, okay? So you are well needed, and it's a market that's even more needed now, right, as we move into digital transformation and, of course, artificial intelligence. Now, the diploma in visual communications design, Ms. Carissa Lee will now be speaking to you all about that. Ms. Lee?
Good morning, everyone. I am going to share my screen now. Okay, so as Ms. Melissa Ramsubir shared, I will be sharing specifically on the Diploma in Visual Communications Design. I am one of the instructors for that program, and I'm also the discipline leader for this program. All right, so program description. As our world becomes more image conscious and image laden, the demand increases for effective design to cut through the visual clutter and transmit meaningful ideas forcefully in a wide variety of media. This diploma focuses on the specialized competencies necessary to create optimum visual solutions for advertising, corporate identity, illustration, publications, packaging, and associated practices in today's dynamic design markets. The admission requirements are pretty much the same. So you need to have 5 CXC passes, including Math, English. Art is also listed. However, even if an applicant does not have visual art, they did not do visual art for CXC, they will still be considered based on their drawing ability, based on samples of work, which also need to be included. So that would be seen in the second point. All applicants are required to submit samples of their drawing ability with their application. In addition to this, and as part of the process, the application process, you will be interviewed, so a portfolio presentation which demonstrates further evidence of creative or artistic aptitude, that is, drawings from the real-life three-dimensional environment, not from photographs, will be required at this interview stage of the evaluation process. The duration is 2 years, so currently the program is offered on a full-time basis only, that is daytime, and it takes 2 years. Now, it must be noted that while the above time frame applies to students with the capacity to successfully carry the maximum course load each semester, and that course load is on average 6 courses per semester, less challenging options, which will require additional time, are available and may be advisable. This program is offered at the John Donaldson Creativity Campus in Port of Spain, Trinidad. potential careers for graduates. After you complete this program, you can work as a graphic designer, a web designer, a package designer, an illustrator, an editorial designer for the newspaper houses, from a magazine firm, etc. You can work as a fabric designer, a photographer, art director, advertising director. You can be a designer for outdoor and transit advertising. So those billboards that we see on the highways and other outdoor signage. You can be a creative director, and you can also be a corporate identity designer. So corporate identity relates to logos, corporate marks, letterheads, corporate stationery, the company t-shirts. So all of those would fall under corporate identity. And these are just some of the potential careers for graduates of the Diploma in Visual Communications Design. These are samples of past students' work. So figure drawing is one of the courses, one of the foundation courses that is done in this diploma. So this is an example of what would be done. There would be a live model in the classroom, and you would have to draw within short time frames. And you also have examples of corporate design. So here a student would have done 3 symbols for plastic pollution. You have a letterhead, a business card. This is it says typography, and I'll explain very quickly. This portrait, this is what we call a typographic portrait, and the portrait was created using letter forms, so letters of the alphabet and punctuation marks. We have illustration illustrations for the box, and would have designed and laid out the entire package, constructed it as well. We have digital advertising and outdoor advertising. So this would be a bus shelter ad. And these are just some of the areas that are covered in this program. If you have any questions, you can contact either myself, Miss Elizabeth French, she's a senior instructor in the program, or Miss Sylvia Macmillan, she's the program officer for ICT. And these are our contact numbers, office lines, and then cell numbers. So I'll leave this up for 2 seconds again, and that's it for my presentation. We look forward to having you join us at the University of Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you for listening.
Thanks so much, Ms. Lee. I will just briefly continue with the last part of my presentation. Right. So we also, I will just speak about the bachelor's and master's programs very quickly in the interest of time. So our BSc program is offered at the Point Lisas campus currently. It's 3 years full-time, part-time, 4.5 years. Right. So we are accepting students who would have completed our diploma programs, okay, as well as if you would have done A-level or CAPE, looking at these particular areas: maths, physics, GP, Caribbean studies. Okay, so these are the general entry requirements into the bachelor's programs. And we have 3 specialized areas: networking, telecom, software engineering, and a general BSc in computer engineering degree. Now, we have a lot of success stories with our BSc, and a lot of our students are well employed in very good institutions right now: iGov, TT, Blue Waters, etc. So our students entered the iGov TT hackathon competition, and they did extremely well with this. These are some jobs that you can have with the bachelor's, all right, in different types of industries and different types of activities that were done with the bachelor's. We have haptics and cricket. Okay, evaluating the use of haptics, a cyber glove was created, and analyzing bowling information. Using a 3D for driver training. So this was a model that was created for driver training. 3D virtual villages, right? A virtual walkthrough of an East Indian museum, teaching folklore, so use of ICT and learning. Of course, the creation of mobile applications. Everyone wants to do mobile apps, so that is certainly done in our bachelor's program. There are lots of beautiful creative projects that are being done in our bachelor's programs. So lots of mobile apps, right? Laptop security using GPS, PC secure software. And we also have our master's programs, right, that are in the John Donaldson campus. We have the MSc in ICT and MSc in cybersecurity and forensics, right? So these master's programs, of course, we are looking for persons who would have already had an undergraduate degree, and then you can progress into the master's program. So these courses are offered in a blended mode. Right, so the MSc in ICT, we are focusing on software engineering, networks and telecommunications and engineering, and ICT and business and government. And the MSc in cybersecurity and forensics has 2 options as well: hacking and cybercrime investigation, cybersecurity management, law and policy. And of course, everybody is very interested in cybersecurity now. It's very important in our current time that we are living in, and it's heavily subscribed, this program, our MSc in cybersecurity. And of course, these 2 programs are also IET accredited. And these are some key contact information that you can have if you wish to contact anyone regarding any of our programs. So we do look forward to having you here at the UTT. Thank you for choosing us, and thank you for allowing me to share.
Thank you, Ms. Ramsey-Beer. Next, we would have Dr. Carrie Dalloway, the Assistant Professor for the Center for Kinesiology, Physical Education and Sport. Dr. Dalloway?
Hi, morning, everyone. So, my name is Dr. Carrie Dalloway, and I'll be speaking to you a bit about our programs here at the University of Trinidad and Tobago at the Center for Kinesiology, Physical Education and Sport. So, first of all, we have 4 different programs: the Certificate in Sports Studies, the Bachelor of Science in Kinesiology, the Master of Science in Kinesiology, and both MPhil and PhDs that revolve around topics in kinesiology, sports studies, and physical education. So I'll take you through each of these programs, beginning with the Certificate in Sports Studies. So the Certificate in Sports Studies is a 1-year full-time program or 2 years part-time. It goes across 2 semesters for the year. And to get into this program, persons are normally required to have 5 CXC passes. These passes must include math, English, and a science subject. Physical education is considered one of those science subjects. So if you do have that as a pass, it would work in your best interest. We also have what you call mature entry. That's for those persons who do not have the required CXC passes. However, they may have many years of experience within the field of sport. So those persons, we consider their other external certifications and so on, and based on what they have, they may gain access into the program. Normally, persons who pursue this Certificate in Sports Studies, those who do not possess A-levels and want to just complete 1 year of school in order to get into our Bachelor's of Science and Kinesiology program. So they opt out of 2 years, or they choose not to do 2 years of A-levels and do 1 year of sports studies, and then they enter into our Bachelor's program. So our Bachelor's program is a 4-year program, again, 2 semesters per year. And to get into that program, persons are normally required to have 5 CSEC passes and 2 CAPE passes. Now, the CAPE could be Unit 1s and 2s. We ask for passes in areas like physical education, any type of science or communication studies, stuff like that. So the Bachelor of Science in Kinesiology normally has 4 different specializations. Persons who normally look at the sport management specializations are those who want to pursue careers in the area of sport administration or management. So team managers, facility managers, sport administrators, those guys pursue this route. Those who pursue the sport for development route are persons who want to actually within the communities and use sport as that vehicle for change or to address social issues like crime and poverty and those things. The sport pedagogy and coaching route is the only one recognized in Trinidad and Tobago by the Ministry of Education to train physical education teachers. So those students that pursue that aspect are the ones that want to become PE teachers and also coaches. And the last track that we offer is the sport and exercise science or pre-med or pre-health professions route. Persons in this route are those who want to use the Bachelor of Science in Kinesiology program to step over into other certifications like physiotherapy or go to medical school and so on. So this degree offers you that baseline in order to do those things. It also trains persons who wants to become exercise scientists, right? And so on. Next, we have our Master of Science in Kinesiology program, where we have 5 different specializations: sport therapy, sport management, sport and exercise psychology, elite sport coaching, and sport for development. All of these programs are normally 2 years part-time, with the exception of the sport therapy, which is a full-time degree for 2 years. And obviously, in that program, we train and develop sport therapists. We spoke about sport for development, sport management. Those in elite or sport coaching are those who want to look at the scientific side of coaching, and the sport and exercise psychology track trains sport and exercise psychologists. The thing is, to many persons who pursue these Master of Science in Kinesiology degrees also want to get into either research or lecturing at the tertiary level. So the entry requirements for that MSc program, just simply a Bachelor of Science degree or any other first degree. However, there are certain prerequisites that must be fulfilled in the areas of elite sport coaching or sport therapy if you want to get into that program. And those prerequisites normally lie under the fields of anatomy, physiology, motor learning, and biomechanics. And our website, I invite you to look at our website, because there's a full list of all the requirements necessary or prerequisites for you to get into this program. So our academy, our Center for Kinesiology is a very distinctive unit and offers programs that are only offered in Trinidad and Tobago. None of these other programs are offered in the Caribbean. In future, we plan on adding a few more specializations to our Bachelor of Science degree in athletic training, nutrition, and sport and exercise psychology at the bachelor's level, because you only have that at the master's level. So the athletic trainers are those persons that are therapists, but therapists for persons who are who deal with the active population and the sporting population. And the good thing about our program is all our lecturers are persons who have a lot of industry experience and work in industry. So we have coaches in our program at the national and club level. We have a national tennis coach, national track and field coach, and also a national volleyball coach in our program. We have physiotherapists in our program, exercise scientists, nutritionists, athletic trainers, sport for development practitioners, and sport management professionals. So they are definitely here to guide you along every step of the way. So if you are a student that wants to get into a similar track that one of these lectures are in, they will definitely guide you and show you the way. Right? So we hope to see you soon at the Center for Kinesiology, Physical Education and Sport. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dalloway. Now we'll have Dr. Curtis Budu, Assistant Professor for Utilities and Sustainable Engineering. Dr. Budu.
Morning, colleagues. Good morning, everyone. Can I please share my screen?
Dr. Dalloway, can you stop sharing, please?
Okay, great.
We are still seeing Dr. Dalloway's share, so you had to hold on a little, Dr.
1 second, I'm
Udu.
trying to, I'm looking at the, I don't see where I am still sharing.
Charlie, Dr.
I'm seeing Dr.
Odu's up. Yeah.
Odu's up. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not
I am
sharing.
only seeing queries. Okay, it now changed. Okay, thank you.
Okay, great. My apologies for that minor technical hiccup. So good morning again, ladies and gentlemen, and bear with me while I give some background in my unit, Utilities and Sustainable Engineering program, Utilities and Sustainable Engineering, and some of the programs we offer. I would like to take a different approach, actually, one where we look at the existing job market as it is and what it's projected to be like. And I will then walk you through on how Utilities and Sustainable Engineering Unit, and by extension, the wider UTT community, prepares you for the existing job market and the future or projected job market. So what are the top skills that are required for a employee in 2015? So this was a global study that was conducted by the World Economic Forum that surveyed a number of global technology and other firms. And they found that what you're seeing is the top 15 skills that they look for. And on the list, top of the list is analytical thinking, active learning, and complex problem solving. So you notice that these big international firms are looking for higher levels of thinking. And you will realize that in our unit and by extension, by the broader UTT community, we do focus on these areas. Let's quickly move from a global picture to a local picture. This was a study conducted by the National Trading Agency. It's called the Status of Employability Skills in Trinidad and Tobago. And they surveyed a number of local employers, and they asked what they felt was some of the critical skills that a local employee should have. So what you're seeing in red is what they would have identified as critical skills. So starting from the left, well, they found that attending work punctually and regularly is a critical skill that we seem to lack in Trinidad that employers want. Moving on, you behave with a high degree of integrity and honesty. Demonstrate appropriate levels of reading, writing, and arithmetic ability. You have to demonstrate understanding of friendliness and respect to customers and co-workers. Exert high levels of effort and perseverance. And the highest one is self-motivation. Continuing on, you have to maintain a positive view of yourself. And lastly, but most definitely not least, you need to maintain or manage your time effectively. So these are the opinions of local employers as it relates to what they are looking for in employees. And these aspects are touched in our program in Utilities and Sustainable Engineering and the broader UTT community. Continuing on as it relates to local studies in the labor market, let's for a few seconds focus on the energy sector. So Utilities and Sustainable Engineering, we are involved in the energy sector. We have a diploma program in renewable energy. Our diploma program extends to instrumentation and electrical engineering, major fields in the energy sector. Our bachelor's program covers both electrical and mechanical engineering, again, major fields in the energy sector. So again, this study was conducted recently. It's titled a Labor Skills Assessment for the Energy Engineering Services and Subsectors in Trinidad and Tobago. And what it does, it outlines the demand for certain energy sector jobs. So keep in mind that what you're seeing here is only relevant for the energy sector. There were many programs that were covered that the data is not provided for those programs. So this is only specific for the energy sector. And if you focus on the 5-year column, And the color orange, they designate as high demand. You could see that within the next 5 years or the long term or medium term, we could expect construction workers to be in high demand, electricians, health and safety experts, data analysts, research and development experts, renewable energy installers and business development, renewable energy persons in sales and marketing, and the areas of software developer and web developer. So these are the job markets that would be in high demand in the medium term. So having explored the local job market, and I just briefly touched on the global job market, let's hone in now on what utilities and sustainable engineering offers and how do we meet these growing local and global job markets. You started off hearing about the triple helix: innovation for innovation, government, industry, and public sector. So we have a triple helix in the utilities and sustainable engineering program. It's a triple helix because we have 3 technician level or diploma programs. They focus on electrical and electronics engineering, renewable energy engineering, and instrumentation engineering. Our entry requirements are similar to all the other NTD programs you would have heard about. 5 CSEC qualifications. We do accept qualifications from the journeyman program in MIC. And if you don't meet those qualifications, that should not stop you from applying. If you have many years of industry experience, you could enter our technician programs through the mature entry level. Our 3 technician programs are offered in Port of Spain at the John Donaldson campus and at the San Fernando campus, Taruba, next to, gosh, I forgot that place. Well, Taruba. So our 3 programs, technician level programs, have a common year. That's important, and you'll see that theme throughout our programs. So the common year in our technician program covers electrical engineering, instrumentation engineering, and we offer a course in renewable energy. So our students that enter our technician programs, they touch all 3 areas. In year 2, you specialize. You could choose to specialize in electrical engineering, you could choose to specialize in instrumentation or renewable energy. When you graduate from our technician programs, which are 2 years full-time and 4 years part-time, once you graduate, you enter our bachelor's program. Our bachelor's in utilities and sustainable engineering focuses again on a common year 1 that combines electrical and mechanical engineering, and from year 2, you specialize. So that's the theme throughout in our program. We have this intermingling of engineering areas. We have this cross-fertilization of engineering areas that we covered, and we believe this is the best fit for industry. I believe it's safe to say all the engineering programs at UTT are accredited internationally. Ours is accredited by the IET. A number of programs you heard this morning are accredited by the IET as well. So it is something we are proud about. As I mentioned, the design of our program is one where we have a common year and then you have specialization. So this is just the template for what the renewable energy program looks like, the technician level. We cover foundational courses. Then we cover a group of courses that we believe are core to engineering. So you'll learn electrical engineering, instrumentation engineering. You will learn both mechanical workshop and electrical workshop. And then you would head over to your focus area. And in this slide, the example here is renewable energy. We have excellent practical hands-on equipment. This equipment happens to be for our renewable energy program, but we have world-class equipment for electrical engineering. And this is bias of me to say, but it is based on facts. Our electrical engineering and renewable energy engineering equipment is the best in Trinidad and Tobago. I know this because I know what the other providers and the other universities have. And it is the best that you could have. It's the best in Trinidad and Tobago. UTT started off with a lot of key technology demonstration projects. At the Point Lisas campus, we have the solar house. We have 2 5-kilowatt wind turbines. These wind turbines are still the largest wind turbines installed in Trinidad and Tobago. We have the first electric bus in Trinidad and Tobago and CARICOM. So the university has a history of piloting new technologies in Trinidad and Tobago and regionally. And these technologies, these demonstration projects are part of teaching tools we use in curriculum in not only my unit, but of course, the wider university community. Now, there are certain events or certain projects or initiatives that will change the way technology moves forward. And one of them is the race, what you could call the race to Mars. So this was obviously made famous by Elon Musk, but you should be aware that China and Russia are also investing quite a lot of resources to develop the technology to head to Mars. My unit is not offering any program related to aerospace, and I'm not sure if the other units are, nor is Trinidad indicated any interest in doing that. But the space race in the early 1960s, and we are on another space race now, it was the driver for a lot of technologies. Take, for example, the ubiquitous microwave. That came out of the space race in the 1960s. And you could expect a lot of technologies to come out or be a result of this focus towards reaching Mars. So it's an exciting time to be in engineering. It's an exciting time to be in science. The other area of focus or the big driver towards technology is climate change. Trinidad and Tobago is at the forefront of climate change. We are a small island developing state. We have a lot to lose. And we will depend on the future generation to guide us in decision-making and the implementation and development of technologies. So the role you play in the future is important for Trinidad. Climate change is an existential threat to our way of life. And your ability to use technology and engineering is important. Thank you. Thank you for your time. I look forward for your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Boodoo. Next, we will have Ms. Suzette Balkaran from Maritime. Ms. Suzette, you may proceed.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. You seen my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Good day, everyone. And again, thank you for being part of this. I'm here to bring some insights on the Center for Maritime and Ocean Studies with the Maritime Studies unit in particular. These are slides that we would have recently used at our open day, so I think it's very fitting. I'm Ms. Suzette Balkaran, the discipline lead for the engineering department at the Maritime Studies unit. At the university, at the Chaguaramas campus, the Center for Maritime and Ocean Studies, we're located at the Western Peninsula of Trinidad and Tobago, falling into the family of all the other UTT campuses as well. It's a picture of our campus located at Chaguaramas. And basically, our main program offerings have two distinct pathways. We have a shore-based profession, and we also have a seafarer's profession. So under the shore-based profession, meaning that we work on land, we have the Master of Science in Operational Maritime Management, and we also have the Bachelor of Science in Nautical Science, Maritime Operations. From the seafarer's route, we have the Diploma in Maritime Operations, and that's both for navigation and engineering. And we also have the Professional Officer of the Watch Certificate for both navigation and engineering. So I will go a bit into the programs, starting with our seafarer's route, the Diploma in Maritime Operations Navigation. This is for the persons who are desiring to follow a seafaring career path and to become ultimately a ship's navigation officer. It's a 2-year course, and the entry requirements include CSEC subjects, and this would also be the same for the engineering program. The navigation program, we have, well, this is areas of study, obviously trying to become a captain. These are the key core areas that the students will have to follow, things like celestial navigation, ship construction, seamanship. And this program is accredited by the MCA, which is the Maritime and Coast Guard Agency of the UK. And as such, our students, they will be subject to professional examinations which follow the standards of training and certification of watchkeepers. For the engineering part of it, this is basically a 2-year program as well, similar qualifications to enter. And from the engineering side of it, we follow key areas such as mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, marine specific engineering, workshop training, and simulator training. Similar to the navigation program, we enjoy accreditation from the Maritime and Coast Guard Agency. And upon the completion of these diplomas, basically, we enter into the Professional Officer of the Watch program, which I will also talk about shortly. And once we complete both parts of it, we can sit our professional examinations and become certified with a certificate of competency for an officer in charge of an engineering watch. And similarly, for navigation, it will be an officer in charge of a navigational watch. And here, we have some of our students, our cadets being on board, and ultimately it was to show our first graduate since 2000 and from the program that would have started in 2005, our first graduate who has moved up the ranks and become a chief engineer on board a vessel. So the engineering part of it, obviously, it is to operate equipment, to maintain machinery, to troubleshoot, and of course to follow and be compliant with all international applicable standards and regulations. And in the Professional Officer of the Watch Certificate Program, we have a wide range of short courses that prepare our students after they've gotten the theory within the diploma programs to be able to be qualified to be on board vessels. And again, all of these programs from the diploma and the Professional Officer of the Watch are certified and accredited by the Maritime and Coast Guard Agency. This was just to bring it back into perspective that yes, we have seafarers on board vessels, but in the maritime field, we have an entire maritime supply chain, and it introduces having ports as the interface between the vessel and land, and of course to show the importance of our land-based courses as well. So from the land-based side, we have the Bachelor of Science in Nautical Science. This is a 4-year program, and the entry requirements we ask for 2 A-level passes in CAPE. The diploma in both engineering and navigation is also an entry route, or a National Engineering Technician diploma. And the Master of Science in Operational Maritime Management is a 2-year course. It covers major parts with maritime law, economics, port management, and the entry requirements is a person who will be holding a relevant first degree, or we also have mature entry requirements where it is that we have persons with minimum of 10 years middle management experience. And we also put in requirements there where it is that our officers who have been sailing and they have their management level certificate of competency can also join into the master's program. This is a wide array and not exhausted as well, but it's basically showing all the different positions that our students can join into the land-based operation when we talk about the maritime industry. So we have students who would have graduated who are part of shipping companies doing ship management, part of the maritime administrations, of course, into the offshore logistics and support, renewable energy installations, and well, of course, maritime education and training. As we could not be part of doing the open day tour, we included some pictures here for students to show what we have at the Chaguaramas campus. So this is a picture where we have our full mission bridge simulator. So part of the navigation program, our students are allowed to undertake exercises within the bridge simulator. And of course, we have very much real life experiences there. We also have an engine room simulator, similarly for the engine students, where they can troubleshoot and get engines running. Part of the short courses that would be preparing our students to go out at sea. We have CPR and emergency response, medical first aid. We also have our electronic workshop, which is a big part of the engineering diploma as well. We have fire ground and fire training. Again, one of the short courses to be out at sea is our advanced firefighting. So we have that training. We also have machine workshop and welding lab. And for the engineering program, we do spend a significant amount of time in these workshops and becoming experienced and certified to be able to do anything out at sea. We have the seamanship room, which is where the navigation students would spend a lot of time learning how to work with ropes and how to do the particular ties. And we also have a pool where we do our training, like the basic safety training, where we would actually learn how to jump into the pool properly, done with a life jacket, how to use our life rafts, how to basically do anything to be able to survive in cases of emergency out at sea. And the University of the Trinidad and Tobago is also the proud host institution for the MTCC Caribbean. It's the Maritime Technology Corporation Center. And basically the MTCC Caribbean is a center of excellence, which we implement a lot of IMO related projects, which is the International Maritime Organization projects, through funding with the European Union. We are one of the 5 center of excellences around the world. And this is just to show the reach of where our research at the University of Trinidad and Tobago, the reach of the maritime studies has been basically. And at the MTCC Caribbean, which is a research arm at the university there, we undertake a lot of projects between ports and vessels. And we also, well, this is just to share basically all the projects that we have been undertaking so far. It's just in a nutshell. And currently we are in a phase 2 of our project. And we what is really nice to also understand for the MTCC Caribbean is that a lot of our faculty and our staff are part of this MTCC Caribbean. We have a lot of our graduates that actually have been part of this research projects. So we undertake pilot projects, we impart capacity building workshops, we also look for public and private partnerships, and we're always about including women within the maritime field and strengthening that gender equality component. And this is far-reaching, this is throughout the Caribbean, and it's also internationally obviously recognized. This is one of our projects that we are currently undertaking. It's assisting countries to manage their biofouling. And we are undertaking technology demonstrations within these countries, capacity building and training workshops. We also have published a lot of our work through MTCC Caribbean's ebooks and reports, and this is also available on our website. This was a picture just showing that basically we made it all the way to the International Maritime Organization in the UK, the UTT and the MTCC team here. And the scope and opportunities are limitless when it comes to the maritime studies. We undertake a lot of maritime decarbonization projects within the Caribbean and around the world. And thank you very much. This was also just part of the Day of the Seafarer, which was recently. And it's about having a harassment-free ship. And a lot of our students, or female students, are very much into the ensuring that we don't have our female students being harassed at sea. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Balkaran. Next, we'll have Dr. Amelia Hussein, Assistant Professor for the Center for Marine Sciences. Dr. Hussein?
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for this opportunity to share about our program. And we're located right next door to the Maritime Unit. And we share center as well. Sorry about that. So I'm just going to share my screen. A second. Right. Are you guys seeing my screen?
Doc, is it the video you're trying to share?
Yeah, I'm trying to share a video. Are you seeing it?
No, it just came up, but press play now. Let me see if it starts.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yes, but you're not hearing any audio yet.
Welcome to
All right, yeah, we're hearing it.
Okay, thank you. Right.
ensure the uncompromised educational experience for our students, who will always be our priority. The Marine Sciences programs integrates case studies with field excursions and laboratory works supported by research to provide a strong foundation to gain real-world hands-on training in critical issues that hinder sustainable development for our coast and ocean.
Currently, we offer 3 taught programs: the Diploma in Coastal and Ocean Sciences, the BSc in Coastal and Ocean Management program, and the MSc in Integrated Coastal and Ocean Management program. We also offer a research program, the MPhil PhD in Marine Sciences. The Marine Sciences Unit recognizes the importance of the marine environment and its rich resources to the blue and green economies of Trinidad and Tobago. The significance for Tobago is that Tobago has the potential for the urbanization of its coastlines, coast, and ocean recreational activities, as well as tourism from coastal activities and buildings. Against this background, the Marine Sciences Unit introduced a diploma in Coastal and Ocean Sciences. The new diploma program emphasizes the value of the marine world and opportunities for sustainable development of the blue economy. The diploma is offered as 2 years, full-time or 3 years, part-time program requiring 68 credits to graduate. Our BSc in Coastal and Ocean Management program focuses on building capacity and encouraging entrepreneurship, innovation, and research, ecology and rehabilitation of coastal and marine habitats, resource assessments. We do student intake into the program every September. The program is offered at the Chagaramas campus. It's a 4-year full-time, GATE approved. Student can focus on biodiversity, fisheries, and aquaculture, or general.
If you do not have any of the previously mentioned qualifications, all is not lost because you can apply for entry into the program as a mature student. This applicant would need to possess the critical element of the stipulated qualification and would be assessed by the UTT program leader as possessing a combination of qualifications and educational or experimental maturity to gain full acceptance that would enable successful participation in the program.
Our MSc in Integrated Coastal and Ocean Management program provides training and research experience to support sustainable use and rehabilitation of our coasts and oceans. The program emphasizes interrelationships among core areas within the marine sciences, such as current threats, legislation and policy, coastal ecosystem functions, and advanced field and analysis techniques. Entry requirements: a Bachelor of Science or Bachelor of Applied Science degree from an approved university with a B+ average, upper second class, or an equivalent CGPA. A Bachelor of Science or Bachelor of Applied Science degree with a lower B+ average, but with compensating experience and/or qualifications. General computer skills. Experience with MS Excel or equivalent and/or databases are advantageous. Other professional qualifications and experience deemed suitable by the Board for Postgraduate Studies, Research and Development, MPhil PhD program. The intake for this program is done year-round. It's offered full-time or part-time at UTT's Chagaramas campus. 7 research labs will soon be available for postgraduate research with capabilities in aquaculture biotechnology, fisheries GIS/RS marine pollution, molecular ecology, oceanography. Our programs are accredited both locally and internationally.
like with nature and finding things, discovering things, life on a whole. I really want to be a conservationist. That's why I want to be a full biologist on the whole, and then I want to save all the stuff I'm studying.
This course initially was taught properly in Trinidad. So thankfully, it was launched this year. So I'm here now, so I saw it and I was really interested. It's really excited to try it out. And I came here and it's been no regret so far.
How it is really structured is that they're really interactive with the students. They're more student oriented, more fieldwork oriented. It's not just theory. You're gonna get theory and you're gonna get practice at the same time.
I really think it is way more interactive, man. You get the actual practice that's I think what the university is for. Knowing the theory is important, yes, but knowing how to operate certain things on a physical aspect, what it really does open up.
Our program does not only focus on in-person classes, but students are also exposed to field and outdoor activities related to each course, thereby enhancing their experience while doing these programs. At the Marine Sciences Unit, we believe that it's important to give back to our communities. One such way we do that is through our service learning class. Service learning projects stem from a genuine need within communities. We answer the needs of the community while making it relevant to our academic pursuits. To serve is a great responsibility. A little can make a big difference. To ensure that students leave the Marine Sciences Unit with rich experience, students in the program will be exposed to two student groups, the Marine Mantas and the Aquaria group. At the Marine Sciences Unit, we also do outreach programs where students, both past and present, are given the opportunity to work alongside the staff to help bring awareness to the program and the benefits of doing it. Here are some of the social activities students can get involved in. Marine Sciences awaits you. See you soon.
All right. So thank you all, everyone, for that video, for listening to that video. We prepared that video sometime late COVID, so everything has returned. And just to share with you guys as well, all of our programs are GATE approved. I would also like to reiterate that our diploma program, which is our most recent program, has been approved for delivery via both online as well as face-to-face. So that allows us to really get into that market for the Caribbean. If you would like to do your degree from a distance, that is definitely a possibility, and we'll organize for that face-to-face interaction to happen probably at the end of the semester, but you don't have to come in and stay for the entire period. We share the facilities as well with our maritime neighbors here, and we do share classrooms as well as facilities. And yeah, we hope you join our program, and thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Hossein. Oren, can you share the alumni video for us now? Thank you.
Sure.
Hi, my name is Jovan Prasad, and I recently completed the BSc in Manufacturing and Design Engineering at the University of Trinidad and Tobago. This degree was split up into 3 subject areas: mechanical engineering, electrical/programming, and business, with design interwoven into each sector. This variety of courses taught me everything I need to know about product innovation and development, especially since both theory and practice were incorporated into every assessment. It is one of the many reasons that it earned its accreditation from the Institute of Engineering and Technology. The IIT is one of the world's leading academic accrediting institutions that awards academic accreditation to the higher education programs that meet the UK's standard for professional engineering competence. During my tenure as a student, I designed robots, created business plans, and built functional prototypes, and the most notable of which was my final year project, in which I explored a new concept to harness wave energy. And I believe this device can change the game for renewable energy in Trinidad and Tobago. This degree challenged me in ways that allowed me to realize my full potential, which is something I could not accomplish without the help of my lecturers, who took a hands-on approach to my edification. So if you have a passion for solving problems through creation, and you want to push the boundaries of what you think is possible, then look no further and register today.
Secondary school, and then went. My name is Richie Mansing from Mission Road, Freeport. I got my CXC passes from Crabtree Secondary School, and then went on to further my education at the University of Trinidad and Tobago, UTT, where I completed my National Engineering Technician Diploma in Mechanical Engineering. After I saw the opportunity and took it to complete my bachelor's degree in Manufacturing and Design Engineering. During my degree, I've learned the skills required to assist me in the workplace and in my everyday life. I've gained a lot of practical experience in welding, machine shop work, computer programming, and even engineering drawing, which is mandatory as an engineer. You also learn about several key categories, such as electrical, innovation design, mechatronics, and even management type courses, such as HR, entrepreneurship, and operations management. So I have gained a lot of practical experience building projects and performing presentations to help me throughout my degree. And I've gained the theory required in order to complete my degree. So one of the main benefits of this program, the degree program, is that there will always be the need for a manufacturing and design engineer. The reason why a manufacturing and design engineer is so important is because almost everything around us was designed by an engineer. So for example, the chair we sit on, the vehicles we drive, even the phone we use was designed by an engineer. Also, the equipment that nurses and doctors use was designed by an engineer. So therefore, there will always be the need for a new design to make our lives, us humans' lives easier, and to make the world a better place. After this program, I can definitely see myself working for a reputable company using the knowledge and experience gained in this program.
The percussion department, to me, is the best department. We have so many different instruments we get to play. You learn a lot, and not just instruments from Trinidad and Tobago. You have international instruments. You learn a lot about different cultures and meet a lot of students from universities abroad. It's a lot of networking, and I found it to be amazing. Coming to APA, that opened up my mind more to teaching, and not just teaching secondary primary schools, but specifically special ed. So after I finish this degree, hopefully a teacher in a special ed school. Upper Fest, to me that was mind-blowing. That was my first performance with the school, and from there I was able to audition for NPO. The National Philharmonic Orchestra, something again I thought I would have never done. So I get to perform and do teaching at the same time. So two things I got out of coming to school here. Just enjoy the experience here, enjoy the time here, enjoy the people here, you know, make a lot of friends. UTT was my choice.
That was our first show. That was our first school event back home. It was great being able to play together again, being able to mix everything. It wasn't just music, we had the dances as well, and we were able to put on such a great show. We had jazz combo, we had the pan ensemble. Again, we also had the dancers, and just putting everything together is really what the entire thing is about, what the school is about. As a new student coming in here, probably gonna think, you know, life is great, you're coming to study music or dance or acting or whatever, you're getting to do what you love, and spending the 4 years here, meeting different people, getting the experience of being in the school kind of changed my whole perspective on what it was about. Well, one of the best things about coming to the school is meeting different people, not just your friends and your colleagues you go to school with, but also your teachers. You get to play, you get to practice, you get to perform with professionals in the industry, and that is like a life-changing ball game. Gigging as a musician, which is, you know, you get the experience from here, from UTT APA, and now I get to use that gigging, you know, internationally, regionally. The people who you're in class with are going to be the people in the industry once you graduate. So don't burn bridges, make sure and be cool with everyone.
Charlene, I have one more video that I would like to...
No problem, you may. Go ahead.
So let me get it up one time. All right, let me share my screen.
Hello, this is Hayden Walsh Jr., a former scholarship athlete at the UTT sports program and a West Indies cricketer. I attended UTT quite a few years ago, and I think it benefited me a lot, especially on my road to playing cricket for the West Indies. Some of the things that benefited me were, I was able to train and to play in high quality facilities, almost the best in the Caribbean. And, I was able to rub shoulders with the best coaches and the best trainers to help me to become stronger and a better cricketer. I also was able to, study and learn more about sport and learn more about how the body works and how sports works, so that I can go onto the field and to, have that knowledge and to use that knowledge onto the field. But it doesn't have to be about sport. If I wanted to be an engineer or a doctor or a teacher, it would be the same. That's why I should encourage all the budding athletes to, get involved in the UTT sports program.
Thank you so much, Oran.
Welcome.
Now we are at this session for the Interactive Support Services Unit, and we will start with the International Office. Mrs. Deborah Hanif-Bobin from Grants and Proposal Writing. Hi.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Let me just share my screen. Okay, good morning again. My name is Deborah Gobin, and I represent the International Office and Grant Funding Unit. In this session, I'll walk you through the immigration requirements to legally study in Trinidad and Tobago, specifically visas and student permits. To begin, it's important to understand that in order to enter Trinidad and Tobago, some of you may need to apply for a visa, especially if you're not from a CARICOM country. Visa applications are submitted online through Trinidad and Tobago's Immigration Division's e-visa portal. Please remember that the visa and student permit processes are separate. So the visa allows you to enter the country while the student permit gives you the legal permission to study at UTT. It's also important at this juncture to clarify that both processes are administered by the Immigration Division and not by the university. Additionally, while some of you may not need a visa to enter Trinidad and Tobago based on your nationality, it's important to check whether a transit visa is needed, depending on your travel route. For example, if your flight has a layover in the United States or the UK, you may require a transit visa just to pass through the airport, even if you're not staying there. So we strongly encourage you to verify the visa requirements for all countries you'll be transiting through by contacting their embassies or consulates before finalizing your travel plans. If you're from one of the visa-exempt countries, some of which you'll see listed here, you do not need a visa to enter Trinidad and Tobago. However, you will still require a student permit if you plan to pursue studies. So for those of you who are unsure, you are encouraged to check the official Immigration Division website for the most up-to-date list of visa-exempt countries. For those who do require a visa, you'll see here a list of documents, including your passport biodata page, your acceptance letter from UTT, your proof of accommodation, financial documents, and your return ticket. The application process is relatively a straightforward one, and it's done online. I also wanted to address a common question that we at the International Office receive, and that is whether a spouse or children can accompany you. At this time, Trinidad and Tobago does not offer dependent visas for spouses or children of international students. Each person must apply independently and provide their reason for entering the country. So we recommend contacting the nearest Trinidad and Tobago embassy for advice specific to your family's situation. Now let's talk a little bit about the student permit. This is a legal requirement for any non-national wishing to study in Trinidad and Tobago. It allows you to legally attend classes at UTT. While the process is fully administered by the Immigration Division, UTT's International Office provides support, especially once your enrollment is confirmed. We provide advice on the necessary documentation required, and we issue your official immigration enrollment letter. Student permit applications are also submitted online through the Immigration Division's portal. This should be done after you arrive in Trinidad and Tobago and should be completed as soon as possible. There is a small application fee which applies US $15 for CARICOM nationals and US $30 for non-CARICOM nationals. Processing time is approximately 4 weeks, so you are encouraged to apply early to avoid delays. And to reinforce, UTT will provide you with a supporting immigration enrollment letter to accompany your application. Here again, you will note some of the key documents you will need for your student permit, and it includes your passport biodata page again, your birth certificate, your UTT acceptance letter, your academic records, proof of accommodation, and a financial statement. The Immigration Division outlines the required documents clearly on their website. So beyond immigration formalities, I'd like to share why UTT is a great choice. Our university offers industry-relevant academic programs, affordable tuition, and a vibrant and safe learning environment. Our campuses are welcoming, and our staff, including the International Office, are here to support you from application to graduation. So that's concludes my section of visa and student permit requirements. If you have any questions, both myself and the Senior Manager International Office, Ms. Florence Louis Edward, are both here to respond during the question and answer segment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Gobin. We have Sport and Recreation Unit, Mr. Ian Pritchard, Senior Manager. Ian, you may proceed.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Just asking Deborah to unshare so that I can start sharing. Okay, so good morning all again. My name is Ian Pritchard, Senior Manager, Sport and Recreation at the University of Trinidad and Tobago. Let me just share with you a historical background on how the Sport and Recreation Unit became what it is at the university. So this is a mandate of the government since 2004. After several white paper reports and studies, the government indicated that there needs to be the Institute of Sport at a university, and the University of Trinidad and Tobago was the chosen university to have that Institute of Sport. That Institute of Sport was initially named the Academy of Sport and Leisure Studies, and it comprised a high performance unit, an academic department, which of course you would have heard earlier from Dr. Dalloway, the Center for Kinesiology, Physical Education and Sport, and the Success Unit. The high performance unit, all right, is set up to coach and develop athletes into national athletes. The Center for Kinesiology, Physical Education and Sport, of course, they produce world-ready graduates through the academic programs, as you would have heard before. And the Success Unit is set up to ensure that the sport and recreation needs of all our students, whether they are interested in sport at the high performance level or they are just casual students. We have our inter-campus events, our inter-campus sports day, our inter-campus windball cricket competition. So you get to participate in sport and recreational activities through the University of Trinidad and Tobago Success Unit of the Sport and Recreation Department. So this is our vision, to become a global sport institution with excellence as our minimum standard. And our mission is to consistently nurture high-performance athletes capable of excelling in the global arena while encouraging healthy lifestyles and community integration through sport and recreation. What has been UTT's success over the years? So since inception, we have produced one West Indian cricketer, and you'll have heard that video by Mr. Hayden Walsh Jr., who was once a student athlete at the university. We have produced 23 national athletes in cricket, 2 national team captains, one most recently being the captain of the Trinidad and Tobago Deaf team, what played against India a couple of weeks ago. And netball, in excess of 40 national players, and that continues every year. This year, we saw the inclusion of at least 5 student athletes on our national team. In volleyball, we have produced 23 senior team players. 3 of those were national captains and 55 national athletes in different age group brackets. Basketball, we saw 8 national basketballers produced over the years, and we are on stream to produce a couple more in basketball in the coming year. Men's football, 1 senior team player, 5 national youth team players, and 1 national futsal player. Table tennis, extremely successful program where we have produced through our development program at the high performance level, 12 national senior team players and 5 national youth players. Track and field, 15 national athletes were produced and continue to be produced at the Sport and Recreation Unit through our track and field program. And women's football, 1 national senior team player and 3 national under 20 players. And men and women football recently participated in the national football program through the Trinidad and Tobago Football Association competitions. Who are our coaches? Our basketball coach is Mr. Stefan Dillon, who is a product of this program. He was once a student athlete, and he's now the coach of our basketball team. Our cricket coach is none other than Mr. Tony Gray, who would have represented the West Indies for many years and one of the most successful fast bowlers on the West Indies team. Football, Mr. Clayton Morris was the captain of the strike squad in 1989 and continues to do excellent work with our young athletes at the University of Trinidad and Tobago. In netball, we have Dr. Bridget Adams, who is the captain of the first West Indies netball team. She's also the president of the Americas Netball Association. And Dr. Adams continues to work exceedingly well with our youth student athletes, who she continues to produce on a national level at the netball program. In table tennis, we have Miss Alina Edwards, who is a 13-time national table tennis champion. Most decorated table tennis female player in Trinidad and Tobago, and she's the head coach of our table tennis program. Track and field, our athletics program, is her head coach is Miss Antonia Burton, who is also the sprints coach for the national team that represents Trinidad and Tobago the world over. Our women football coach is Miss Ayana Russell, who is also the coach of the national under-17 team. And last but not least, in terms of our coaches, we have our volleyball coach, Coach Estelle Citran, who's also the coach of the national senior women team and also the coach of the under-23 men national team. To ensure that we have our student athletes well prepared and organized for competition, we have a rehab department, the rehabilitation unit, who is headed by Mr. Adrian Palmer. Our physiotherapist is Mr. Jelani Batiste. Our strength and conditioning coordinator, Miss Angel Otley, who is also a product of the university's high performance program, being a netballer who was on scholarship many years ago and is now the strength and conditioning coordinator and one of the best in the Caribbean. The rehab unit also consists of another product of the university. She was on netball scholarship as well, Miss Shanice Gittins, who is one of our athletic trainers. Our massage therapist is Mr. Mickey Ruben. And our athletic trainer, Miss Ray Jan Chin, another athletic trainer who works along with Shanice. The rehab unit also consists of 2 gym instructors, Mr. Reno Lovell and Miss Lathalia Homer. All right, so that consists the unit called the rehab unit, which is responsible for the preparation and care and prevention of injuries of our student athletes. The success unit, as I said, which is responsible for all students and staff at the university in terms of their health, well-being, and recreation activities. We have Mr. Mushtaq Mohammed, who is one of our senior sport officers, Mr. Imran Jan, another senior sport officer, and Mr. Nicholas Lochan, the 3rd senior sport officer responsible for ensuring that we have our games and activities that engage students and staff in some type of recreation so that there isn't burnout for students, of course, who are studying at the university. So what's in this for student athletes in terms of our high performance program? One may ask. Our student athletes all benefit from transportation to and from training and games from their campuses. There's a limited availability of accommodation at the home of football for students who come from rural areas or students who come from outside of Trinidad and Tobago, as well as students from the island of Tobago. Training and competition gear and equipment. So all your playing shoes, your uniforms, everything is supplied for all our student athletes in the high performance program at the university. Training, competition, and travel apparel, which are UTT Patriots branded. So all of our UTT teams are known as UTT Patriots. So all student athletes can access UTT branded travel apparel whenever they are representing the university. We have participation in local, regional, and international university competitions. So that's the local competitions. We participate in our regional games as well. And recently, so for example, our track and field team took 4 athletes to Grenada, where they were very successful, and then to Jamaica earlier in the year. So that is all expenses covered. Airfare, accommodation, meals. Athletes receive a per diem as well when they are representing the University of Trinidad and Tobago at international university competitions or regional competitions. Our men and women football team would have qualified a couple of years ago to represent the university and Trinidad and Tobago at the International University Football Qualifiers for World Cup of Football of the universities. So our men team in 2022 competed in Mexico, and our women team last year went to Uruguay to represent the university in those qualifiers. And all the expenses are covered for persons who are there. This is most important. So if you sustain, or if our student athletes sustain any injury while in the program, $50,000 per year goes towards the coverage for your injuries, medical coverage. So parents don't have to worry about getting money to pay for their medical injuries or for coverage or treatment of medical injuries, even up to surgery. So every year, any one of our student athletes that requires surgery or any kind of medical care that is up to $50,000 that will be covered and provided by the University of Trinidad and Tobago. All right, we have a structured program and quality training from our high performance coaches, which you've seen before, our strength and conditioning program, and our rehab team as well. You have access to a sport nutritionist, so it will speak to you about the type of diet you should be having for various different athletes. So for example, the diet for in competition will be different from the diet from outside of competition and preparation for competition. And you have access to that sport nutritionist, access to a sports psychologist as well, who speaks and encourages and works with the preparation of athletes mentally in terms of getting them ready for competition and being in that right frame of mind and positive in getting ready for that level for the various levels of competition. We have the academic support through our student athlete academic program. And then there's also additional time for graduation without penalties if it's needed. We have time off. Student athletes get time off for training and competition without loss of status if they are selected on a national team or to represent the university anywhere in the world. And there's free use to all UTT's recreational gyms for our student athletes. I want to share here with you a video by one of the first Olympian produced by the University of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Andrew Lewis. He was a sailor and he represented Trinidad and Tobago at a couple of Olympic Games previously. So let's hear what Andrew had to say about his experience.
Hello everyone, my name is Andrew Lewis, two-time Olympic sailor from Trinidad and Tobago. My personal philosophy to a successful life is mixing sport and education. I studied at the University of Trinidad and Tobago with a sports studies program. It was a wonderful stepping stone to my Olympic career. Really understanding that if the Olympics didn't work out for me, the endless avenues they were. And if Olympics did work out for me, how it is to balance school and training. Something I never realized, that being an athlete and studying at the same time, there are endless avenues out there. Because if the athletic life is not for somebody, they can easily transcend into other areas. Through the sports studies program, I realized that as you go through the certificate program and you go into the degree program, they have many avenues: physiotherapy, sports science, a wide range of different opportunities to make a career around. So I want to encourage anybody who really sees an alignment with my philosophy, whether they desire to be a professional sportsman or to take it towards the avenue of working in the world of sports, the UTT sports program is a fantastic place to start. Thank you UTT for your support and helping me get to this point in time in my life. Hello everyone.
All right, so this is just a picture of our men football team preparing for a game in Mexico in 2022. And a picture of our women football team at the opening ceremony in Uruguay last year. And both our women and men football teams are poised to represent Trinidad and Tobago in the upcoming World Cup qualifiers in 2026 as well. So now is the right time to join our sports development program and our high performance program. And lastly, my last slide will just share with you what was called the goal of the tournament in Mexico, scored by UTT.
Con quién no está ahí muy fácil para él ante la presión de la Guadi, pero viene una buena, va a llegar a línea de fondo, viene avanzando por este carril de la derecha. Samuel mandaba el centro, gol, gol.
Mr. Pachad, you still there?
His internet probably dropped.
Okay, well, we'll move on.
Darlene, you were saying? Sorry?
Oh, your video sticked, so we didn't know if you were finished.
Or the last video?
Yeah.
All right, not a problem. It's just
Okay.
the goal of the tournament in
Thank you
Mexico.
so much, Mr. Pachad. So we'll have next Mr. Jesse Moss from the Student Support Services. Mr. Jesse.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So my camera is on. You all seeing me?
Yes, Jesse, we are. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much, Charlene, and good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Let me share my screen. My name is Jesse Moss, and I am a representative of the Student Support Department. And I am with me this afternoon is also two other members of staff from the Disabilities Unit and also from the Counseling Unit, and they will also be presenting with you this morning. You all are seeing my slide?
Not yet. Well, it probably would come up.
Not yet. All right, let me make sure. Share. Right.
Yes, it's coming
Right.
up, Jesse.
Great. So the student support services at the University of Trinidad and Tobago, there are different segments that fall under this arm. And it is my pleasure this afternoon to just briefly introduce you all to what we do at the Student Support Services Department. And hopefully at the end of the session, you'll be better informed as to the different services available here at the University of Trinidad and Tobago. So one of the responsibilities of the Student Support Department is advising and personal development, which is basically the responsibility of the Student Development Unit. And the Student Development Unit is responsible for matters regarding advising and student lifestyle and student development. Also responsible for exposing our new students to the culture of the university through orientation programs and introductory sessions, and also responsible for lending support to our students, whether it be through life skills training, whether it be through time management training, and just to make sure that your transition from secondary school into a university is as easy as possible. You're also responsible for ensuring that you transition from a student into the world of work as well. So we lend that support as well from orientation to graduation. The Student Development Department is also responsible for oversight of the student guilds and also club accreditation. So there are different types of clubs throughout all of the campuses of the University of Trinidad and Tobago. I can just name a few. We have hiking clubs, we have clubs that deals with the religious clubs, we have the Muslim clubs, we have the Hindu society, we have the Roman Catholic society as well. So we have the chess club. We have different clubs available at different campuses. So if it is you want to get more information, the Student Development Office is where you'll be able to get that level of information. The Student Development Office is also responsible for accommodation and halls of residence. We do have halls of residence located at two of our facilities, that's at the Maritime Campus and also at our EKF campus. Right, our EKF campus is located close in Piaco. For those, that's basically for our students who who are pursuing our agriculture sciences programs. And those who are interested in doing our maritime studies program, we have also residents at our Chaguamas facility. Right, we also have locker facilities, and we also provide on a needs basis transport to and from our campuses for various activities. It could be for off-site practicals and for field trips and so on. The Student Development Office has members of staff, 3 members of staff. Is the name of Petula Tavares, who's the senior officer, Avalon Pierre, and we have one more officer as well, and we have an administrative staff by the name of Judy Badu. So later on, you'll get more information as to where these officers are located and their relevant contact information. We have the counseling services, and I would like to invite at this moment one of our student counselors to introduce himself and to speak to you as to what is available with regards to the counseling services.
Okay, great. Thank you, Jesse. So I am Dr. Greenaway, Edison Greenaway. I am at the Point Lisas campus and at the Camden campuses. So we have counselors that are assigned to all the campuses to ensure that we are there to provide the kind of psychosocial support that students may need. I'm always happy to share because it's an area that sometimes we don't fully understand the impact of counseling and what we do in terms of helping students for their overall success. Oftentimes we equate counseling with some kind of psychopathology, but I hope that we could quickly demystify that today. What we see is that students' innate ability in terms of their education level and their competence in terms of intelligence is just one major component, but not the only component for academic success. In fact, it is shown that students having strong measures of support helps them to navigate the challenges of university life, contributing to their overall success. So what are some of those challenges to university life? We have students having difficulty transitioning from secondary school into a tertiary environment where it requires students to be more independent learners, adjusting to university culture, creating a sense of belonging and avoiding social isolation. Lots of students struggle and end up in depression if they're unable to navigate that. Managing time, and meeting the demands of deadlines. You have several different programs you're doing, and you have sometimes very strict deadlines that you have to be able to manage your time to maneuver. So we help students with those things. Coping with stress, exam anxiety. Students experience exam anxiety. You know the work, but just the psychological pressure of the exam, sometimes you have difficulty in terms of your performance in those exams. Avoiding burnout and exhaustion, and just managing the personal issues. So student counseling is designed to come along students and to provide some of those support systems that they need. Now, in all university environment, we have something called student attrition, and that's where not every student who signs up for a program completes the program. And out of the top 10 reasons for student attrition, approximately 8 of those top causes of student attrition can be dealt with a supportive environment like our department provides. And so I'll give an example. Think about a student who has been doing pretty well in secondary school, A levels, and has now entered university. Very strong GPA, doing pretty well, but then life happens. Personal issues, could be death of a loved one, a broken relationship, whether within an intimate relationship context or family member, adjustment issues, unmanaged personal issues come up. And sometimes these unmanaged personal issues have the potential to cause that student to struggle in terms of their overall achievement. The role of student support services and the role of the counselors are to come alongside those students to provide the kind of support that they would need to be able to navigate with the right type of strategies and interventions to cope with this. So on the slide, we see here confidential support. And confidentiality is one of the pillars of what we do. We ensure that when we bring students into this environment, we create a very supportive, confidential space where students are allowed to be vulnerable and know that whatever they share with us stays with us. And so we form a contractual arrangement with those students to ensure that whatever is discussed within the context of our sessions, it doesn't go anywhere throughout the university. So you wouldn't hear your situation being shared at the cafeteria or anywhere else, or even with lecturers or even parents. The only exceptions to confidentiality, and we inform students of this beforehand, is if a student might be at risk, imminent risk of self-harm or probably harming somebody else. In cases like those by law, we need to protect students' life and person. But confidentiality is just one of the pillars. Professionalism, student autonomy, student who comes to counseling, they are a significant part of the entire process. In fact, with treatment planning, we ensure that the goals of the treatment, the student is part and parcel of coming up with that whole goal in terms of what we hope to achieve from these types of sessions. And the student themselves is intrinsically a part of the therapeutic intervention. So students are involved in the entire process. Now, in terms of how we go about what we do, there are different modalities. So we have individual therapy, group therapy, and we have psychoeducational workshops. The individual therapy would be where the students come in on their own volition. They come and we do a biopsychosocial history. We do a clinical assessment and determine what might be some of the needs the student may have. And we help, again, alongside with the student to come up with a treatment plan to be able to resolve whatever issue that might be debilitating them and affecting their overall performance. In terms of group therapy, there are times when we bring students together, for example, when there might be a crisis. We do something called a critical incident stress debriefing, where we will bring students together within an environment and provide that type of support that they may need to get through that particular crisis. And then we have psychoeducational workshops and training, helping students deal with, study techniques, stress management, building resilience, and other type of strategies that they may need to effectively navigate university life. All right, so I'm open to questions at the end if anybody has questions. And so I turn you back over to Jesse, who will introduce our next presenter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Greenaway, for that information. Next, we have with us our representative, Ms. Nicole Maloney, and she is from the Disabilities Services Department. Nicole, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry, my camera on my laptop seems to be freezing up when I try to put on my camera. So I'm not going to be able to put on my camera, Jesse. I am so sorry. I've been working on it all morning, but it's not working. Okay, so again, good afternoon, everyone. And let me be very foremost to say welcome to UTT. I'm just saying. The Disability Services at UTT focuses on students with both visible and invisible disabilities. Visible disabilities is where you are physically, where someone can see either you're blind and you have a cane, or you may have a broken hand, a broken feet, something to that effect that can be seen. However, what we have been encountering is a lot of what we call invisible disabilities. So you may have a learning disability such as dyslexia, or you may be on the autism spectrum, you may have ADHD, or any one of those learning disability. You may be also deaf. This is where the disability services, again, another pillar of the student support services, come in to help you to ensure that your transition into the university and out of the university is as successful and enjoyable as possible for you. It is reasonable accommodation, so it is not that we provide all the range of accommodations that may be needed, that you may need, but we provide those within the parameters of the university's ability. Of course, we have a process. If you know you have a disability, some persons come to us and would have already been given accommodations at the secondary school level. And therefore, we're asking that when you fill the form out, that you indicate that you have a disability. Sometimes a student may not even recognize they have a disability. They may be struggling and have been struggling all along and don't recognize it was because they had some sort of learning disability. And this is where once you come into the system, your lecturer may recognize that you're struggling in a particular area. And this is where the other part of how you come to us comes in. You are referred to us by your lecturer. And once that happens, we have a process. We have the intake process. That is where we have a meeting with you. We do an assessment of you. We let you know what may be the issue, what you may be, that sort of thing. And then we ask you to provide for the documentation of your disability. If you do not have a service provider, meaning that you cannot go to your regular doctor,
to get this particular documentation, you have to go to your specialized service provider to give us a little more information on what's going on with you. If you do not have that, then we can refer you to those persons, and they give you a report in which you bring for us. We advise students that once we have finished doing the initial collaboration and consultation with you, and we kind of let you know what it is we suspect might be going on now. I use the word suspect because we do not confirm that you have a disability, nor do we diagnose that you have a disability. It only comes from the service provider. Once the service provider sends that report to us, then we can say, yes, this is definitely what it is that is going on with you. We advise students to be the first person to tell their lecturers, and then we send supportive information to the lecturers. We do not disclose to your lecturers what is that disability. We do not disclose your personal information. We do not disclose this thing. We go very, and it's a contractual agreement of confidentiality. But we kind of advise students to let the lecturer know and let them know that it will be followed up by an email coming from the disability use unit. What are some of the accommodations that we provide? We provide things like a scribe. If you have an issue, it damage your hands and you can't write, or maybe you have an issue, we would provide a scribe, we provide note takers, we may provide an interpreter, a sign language interpreter in the classroom with you. We also provide academic advising. So in that, we would advise you, sometimes you may just need to lessen your course load, or, you get things like extra time for exams and assignments. And those are just a few of the things that we provide. The list goes on an individual basis. So it is not, we have this one size fits all. After we have done the consultation with you, then we would let you know, okay, this is what can happen, this is what can't happen, and this is your part to play in it. Also the crisis intervention part that is here is when something happens to you. So for example, you may get in an accident and you cannot complete the semester. You can complete the semester, but need some sort of accommodations, classes, move to a ground floor because of the accident, you would have damaged your hand. So we intervene in those cases and we help you. We may recognize that somehow we had students that recognized that because of the stress of the work, they will begin to have seizures. And so we would intervene together with the nurses, together with the counselors. It is never an individual thing. It's always a group approach to your situation, and where we make sure that you get a holistic kind of treatment to your situation. So that is basically what we do. Again, we can be contacted if you have questions. Wait to the end of the session, but we can be contacted by the Student Support Services division, and you will be directed to any one of us. We have in-class accommodations and exams accommodations. Thanks, Jesse.
Thank you very much, Nicole. So next is my responsibility as a team lead for the financial aid and alumni affairs. So what we offer here at the Student Support Division as well is also financial advising, where we provide some form of support via scholarships and bursaries, and we also provide financial advising as well. We also at the financial aid office provide what we call student debt recovery, and that might be for those in particular who would have found themselves in financial difficulties with the university in terms of their tuition fees. We work out some kind of agreement or payment schedule with you, and provide also different avenues where you can get support to cover your tuition fees. We also have a work study program or student employment program for those who might be interested in working while studying at the university, and we also provide financial aid in terms of needs-based support, and that could be for financial support for tuition, or it could be for transport, it could be for clothing, it could be to help you with your accommodation expenses, assisting you in purchasing any equipment or tools that you required for your studies here at the University of Trinidad and Tobago. So that's the financial aid office, also responsible for alumni affairs, and that's basically providing some form of engagement with you and industry partners so that you can transition easily into the world of work. We provide workshops as well to prepare you for that. It could be on resume writing skills. We also do business etiquette and interviews techniques, and along a host of other courses that would provide support for you to transition into the world of work, or if it is you want to pursue entrepreneurship as well. We also provide what we call kind of a placement, but some sort of avenue where companies, because of our relationship with different organizations, would request UTT graduates for a particular position within the organization. So we also provide that service as well, where we reach out for resumes and recommendations. So we try and lend our support to our graduates in that regard. We also provide career counseling and employability workshop, as I indicated before, and also just guidance to make sure that you're really prepared for readiness, because while you'll be prepared in terms of your academics, we want to make sure that you have your soft skills prepared as well, and that is what will make you stand out as a UTT graduate from any other graduate in Trinidad and Tobago, and I dare say the region and the world. So that's it in a nutshell with regards to the Student Support Services Department. At this moment, I'll pause and invite any questions before I hand over to the moderator. I guess no questions, so Charlene, I pass it over to you.
Thank you, Jesse. So we have the admissions unit, Melissa Ali and Adrian Danielle. They would go next. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Adrian Daniel. I'm an admissions assistant at the John Donaldson campus in Port Spain. And now that you've learned about the programs and the opportunities available at UTT, I'm going to share a short video on the application process so that you can be familiar and know what to expect and to get you started and enrolled as a student. So I'm going to share that in a moment. Right. So can someone confirm that you're seeing the screen?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. So let's get started.
Welcome. In this guide, we'll walk you through the student application process at UTT. There are 3 main steps. First, you'll submit an application. Next, you'll upload all required supporting documents. And finally, you'll accept your offer if you're successful. Let's begin with how to submit your application. To get started, go to utt.edu.tt. Once you're on the home page, click on Admissions Application Forms in the navigation menu, or simply click the Apply button at the top of the page. On the next screen, you'll see a dark red line of text that says, "Click here to go directly to the application forms." Click that. You'll then see a list of application options under Online Application. Choose the link that matches your category. Nationals of Trinidad and Tobago, only. Regional and international applicants. Use STEP, standalone course, or certificate in agriculture and agro-processing technologies. Click on the one that's right for you to begin. Next, click the link that says, "Click here to start filling out this application." Be sure to carefully read the instructions before you begin. When you're ready, click Next Page. The application has 10 pages. Here's what you'll need to fill out. On page 1, enter your general information. On page 2, provide your address details. On page 3, Select the program you're applying for. On page 4, list your CSEC or O-level qualifications. On page 5, enter your CAPE or A-level qualifications. On page 6, include any other academic qualifications. On page 7, provide your relevant work experience and references. On page 8, let us know how you plan to fund your tuition and how you heard about UTT. On page 9, carefully read the declaration and select Yes to agree. Finally, on page 10, review your entire application, enter your email address, and click Submit Application. Once submitted, your application will be reviewed by our Enrollment Services Unit. Once you've submitted your application, you'll receive an email with a link to upload your supporting documents for academic assessment. Be sure to read the instructions in the email carefully. It will guide you on how to activate your candidate account. After activating your account, log in and follow these steps. Click on Document Upload in the navigation menu. Then click the link that says Upload Required Documents. Read the on-screen instructions carefully. Select the document type from the drop-down menu. Click Choose File to locate the document on your device, and then click Upload Document. Repeat this process for each of your required supporting documents. Once your documents are uploaded and accepted, they'll be forwarded to the academic unit for review and assessment. Here are some important tips to ensure your documents upload smoothly and meet all requirements. Save your scanned documents in either PDF or TIFF format. These are the most compatible. To keep file sizes small, save only one document per file. Make sure your scan includes all 4 corners of the document. Limit the background space around the document. Focus the scan on the content. Check that nothing is blocking any part of the document. Ensure the document lies flat during scanning to keep everything readable. For a better upload experience, we recommend uploading your documents between 5 p.m. and 8 a.m. when there's less network traffic. If you've received an offer, congratulations! Here's how to accept it and move forward in the enrollment process. Log in to your candidate account using your student ID number and password. In the navigation menu, click on More, then select Admissions. Click on the My Application link. Scroll to the bottom of the page and choose I accept the offer from the drop-down menu. Then click Next Page. On the next screen, scroll to the bottom again and click the Submit Form button. Your acceptance will be sent to the Enrollment Services Unit. Keep checking on your email. Additional instructions will follow to help you continue the enrollment process. If you need to delay your studies, UTT allows you to defer your academic pursuit for up to 1 academic year from the year your offer was made. To request a deferral, simply send an email to the admissions representative listed in your offer email. If your offer was made more than a year ago, you'll need additional guidance. In that case, please email the admissions office directly at admissions@utt.edu.tt. We understand that life happens, and we're here to help you take the next step when the time is right. Thank you for taking the time to learn about the student application process at UTT. We hope this guide has made it easier for you to navigate each step, from submitting your application, uploading documents, accepting your offer, to deferring if needed. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to reach out to the admissions office. Best of luck on your academic journey, and we look forward to welcoming you to UTT.
And that's it. If you all have any questions, I'll stick around for the question and answer session, and I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you so much, Mr. Daniel. So we have the student accounting unit. We have Anessa Ali Ramsarup. She's our financial analyst for student accounting. You may take it away.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anissa Ali Ramsrup, and I am the financial analyst in the student accountant department. My department deals with students who have whatever balances it may be. So anything to do with payments, anything to do with tuition, repeats, things like that. We have included our email address and our extension so you can contact us for anything that you need to find out. Apart from that, a lot of the information in terms of tuition fees, registration fees are available in our tuition fees booklet. So one of my co-workers, he would be going through where you can get all the information. So Jai, you can go ahead.
Hi, good day, everyone. So doing a simple Google search, you'll be able to find, just type in UTT, will always be at the top of the search. Going to the fees booklet, so we navigate to the campus services. Here you will see all our services available to you guys. Firstly, for the fees booklet, come here and you see the fees. This is very important for you guys to have available and downloaded to your devices so that you're aware of the tuition fees at any given time. So there are the fees booklet for the undergrad and the postgrad. And there are other information regarding the payment plans and financial assistance. Coming back to the campus services page, after admissions have done their part and given you login credentials to my portal, here you can access my portal. So I'm going to log in and show you guys how easy it is to make payments on through our online payment facility. So once you access to my portal, we have a student accountant tab here where all of our services are hosted. So some of our services are the online payment facility, the proof of payment, the program declaration fund, letter requests, transfer requests, tuition fees booklets. Again, takes you back to the page that I previously demonstrated. Funding options, payment plan, leave of absence, and other forms, as well as information pertaining to those forms are posted here. So when you come to the online payment facility, there are two options. There are the tuition and custom fees as well as the standard fees. Standard fees would be like transcripts and so forth that are where prices are set to $55, etc. So you come, you put in the academic year, the term, and this is the custom fees, right? So you select whichever one you want, or if it isn't listed, you can just select other and provide details. All right. 1, 2, 3. Just then you click add to cart and click to submit for online processing. It will take you to our hosted payment page where you will enter your card information, your card number, your expiration date, your security code, and you need to ensure that you click here to click the checkbox to agree and then confirm the payment. Here is our standard fees. So again, you put in the year, the term, and these are our standard fees. Once you click on them, you click add to cart. So you see the amount came up automatically because these are standard fees that are already set. You just click add to cart again. Please know that you can update if you made any errors and so forth. You can just click update, select another one, add to cart, and then click here to submit for processing. Gentle reminder that we always advise students to please use our online payment facility. You can use your chip debit or credit cards. Once it has to be a chip card to make any payments. These payments, once you make them on my portal, they are guaranteed to be received as well as receipted accurately to whatever you would have stated through the process. Thank you very much, and we'll hope to see you guys at UTT.
Good afternoon, everyone. I just want to add to what Jai would have said. You can use both your debit card and credit card when making payments, because I know a few students would have contacted us thinking that it's only their credit card that can be used, but a debit card can be used to make payments.
Thank you, Lucy, for that information. We are opening the floor now for questions from the attendees. If you all have any questions, you could put it either in the chat or you can unmute your mic and ask the questions. Are there any questions?
Charlene, we have Kaylee raising her.
You may go ahead.
Hi, I have two questions. I want to know if you are accepted into UTT, how will you know that you are accepted? And you can answer the first one. I'm trying to remember the second question.
Hi, Kaylee. I'll be happy to answer that question. So once you've submitted your online application, you would receive the email asking you to upload your supporting documents. Once you successfully uploaded those documents and we have reviewed it as well as the academic department will make an offer. So you'll receive an email stating that you have been offered a place at the program, and it will include instructions on how to accept that offer. So I hope that answers your question.
Okay, thank you. I can't remember the second question, so I'll just go with that.
Kelly, you have applied, right?
Yes, I did send
Can
an
I-
application form.
Do you have your student number so I can check on your application for you? And can I have an email address for you?
Sure, I will send it on the chat.
Thank you. Any other questions? If there's no other question, I'll hand you all over to my colleague, Mr. Oran Hinkson. Hinkson.
Thanks, Charles. You all hear me, right?
Yes, loud and clear.
Right. So if there are no further questions, I'd just like to reiterate that the application period is currently open. And, we encourage persons visit that website and put in that application, the www.u.tt/apply. And if you need any further assistance while applying, don't hesitate to contact us. Our contact numbers, mobile numbers, and the student recruitment email are listed on the website. So reach out to us, let us help you materialize your dreams, yeah? So before we wrap up, I'd just like to say thanks. And on behalf of the University of Trinidad and Tobago, along with the Student Recruitment Unit, we would like to express our gratitude for taking the time out of those busy schedules to attend our online information session. We really truly appreciate your interest in learning more about our programs and services. And it was our pleasure to connect with you. And, we hope that you continue to engage with our personnel via the contact information put by each presenter. Yeah. We hope that you found the event informative and enjoyable. And we look forward to seeing those applications coming in soon. Yeah, so you can stay connected as well by visiting our social media pages and typing in the UTT/University of Trinidad and Tobago on its handles via Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, LinkedIn, and YouTube. This is also being recorded on YouTube, so share it when it comes available and, ensure that everybody has the information and is able to get into UTT, right? So as I said before, additionally, SRU looks forward to staying in touch with you guys, and you can reach us at the student.recruit@utt.edu.tt or at our extension 642-8888 with the extension 4TSRU or 48788 for further assistance. So thank you very much and enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Take care for now.
Thank you, Oran. So thank you all for being here. I would like to reiterate his sentiments. We are so grateful for every participant and even for the students or the potential students that has joined today. We look forward to seeing you guys in the near future. So you all can log out when you're ready. Miss Polido, you still there?
Yes, miss.
What is your cell number?
780
Mm-hmm.
4597
96?
97.
97. Okay, I'll give you a call, all right?
Okay,
Have a good day. Bye, guys.